All right, today's coding stream is gonna be continuing the work on the GW2Style's website. For those of you that don't know what the GW2Style website is, it's basically just a place where people can upload their looks and they can show off to the world like what their character looks like, add a little bit of text to it, and show off basically what gear they're using. So you can show off like I'm using this helm, I'm using these shoulders, and stuff like that. I'm using these dies, so that people can just yoink your look. Basically, that's the plan. What we're working on now is the form for creating such a look. We've already come quite far with like selecting, being able to select skins and search for them and whatever else. But what we now need to do is we need to work on the UI for actually selecting. So every time we select a different helmet, for example, there's different die channels available in the game. So this one, for example, has only 2 die slots available. So we're already changing that. But now we need to be able to select a die like with this dialogue here. And be able to click on them without it crashing like it does now, and then it will fill in the slot. That's basically what this is basically how far I got now. And on the previous stream we talked about making this into a separate component so that this thing can manage the state by itself. The look skin input is this whole thing here because everything is connected, right? Like the skin itself is connected, but also the die channels that are available for that skin are connected. So we consider this to be like the entirety of a of what we call a look skin, which is basically just a connection between a couple things. Can I up the font for this? No. So basically the idea is that you can select the skin and then you can select the die channels according to that. And we have later on some ideas of like storing like your latest colors and stuff like that, so that it's easier for you to pick, because the majority of the time when you're adding colors, you kind of already know, like you use maybe like 3 or 4 colors across the whole look. So we're gonna just be able to help you there. But for now, what we're just gonna be doing is every time you select a color, it needs to then go back and update the specific inputs, which I call a look skin input, because it takes basically a look skin, which is the connection between a look and a skin, and then it has the dies associated with those. The problem is, however, and this is what I came across as I was working on this, not yesterday but the day before, is that the way LiveView works is not exactly what I remember from working with React. So when I think about componentizing something, I'm thinking about like what each component should be responsible for. And when I was working with this this die picker, all of these colors are coming from the database. They're coming from a database that I have set, which means that somebody needs to be responsible for pulling out this data. And every time I close and open this die panel, I want to make sure that I don't load the dies freshly from the database every time, because they're not going to change. These dies will barely update. The only things that will update is maybe like the recent dies that you've used, but other than that, it's like that's something we can keep track of on time. But this is exactly what I was talking about, is like this component, this like die overview, I would say should hold its own state, and also probably his own way of fetching all of those dies. But that is not really how LiveView works. So I was looking for like React has this thing called context providers, and the idea of like React context providers is that basically you can just give it some sort of like global state. It's not exactly global, but just think about it like this, where you can say like, okay, I have this context here, and I want this context to be used somewhere down in a deeper component. So let's say I have this theme context where I can pass it the value, whether it's a light theme or a dark theme. And then way further down, I'm rendering this page, and this page has buttons and whatever else. And then this button is then using the context and then rendering accordingly. So this button knows that somewhere in its environment, it is getting the theme, and then based on the theme, I can render the color, the button in a different way. You can do this by just passing it down. So let's just say the language here is JavaScript, and I can say like I have this page, and this page has a button, and I can just say like the theme is light everywhere, and then like nest it into components. So maybe the page component needs to know about this, because maybe the page just renders the page. And then inside of that page has the button, so now the page needs to know about the theme, which is kind of annoying. And then maybe this component renders like the details or something, and then the details needs to know about the theme so that it can render the button correctly. So now you're starting to like nest. You're starting to nest these props all the way down, like you're drilling all the way down to get to the component that actually cares about the theme. And so what React basically did is they exposed like a context that basically just says, hey man, here's the theme. And then if somewhere down the line I have a button, I don't even have to pass the theme itself explicitly. It just like takes that from the context in which it's rendered. Which is very cool, but it probably brings a lot of complexity in the mix. That might not be something desirable for LiveView. So I was looking at this and I was like, the thing that I want is I want to render at the top of my app or something. I just want to render a die provider, which just loads all the dies once and then it passes it down. Provider pattern does not exist, but in theory, like nothing is stopping you from spamming a process, like an Elixir process, spamming a process, loading it in memory there, keeping that thing alive, and then everybody just calling things on that process to get the data. So in theory, I could make a process that just gets the dies once, and then every time I close it, that process has already loaded the data. So when I open it again, it will just ask this process, hey, what is the data? And it will get the data. That is a possibility. That means I don't have to, it's basically a cache, and I don't have to like do a round trip to the database to get the data. But what what actually the recommended way is to do the prop drilling. So the prop drilling that I showed earlier, where you're just passing down the value across components, that is basically the desired approach for LiveView, which makes up for a little bit uglier API, because now my form component needs to know how to fetch the dies, but on another way, it does make it a bit easier to reason about, because the highest level of component is the one responsible for the data fetching. It's just, if you need a lot of data, that can be, it can be a bit more code. So this is a very fat component that we can pull out later. What I'm doing now is, like, before we were just rendering a skin input, which is basically just the look skin input that we had before. Now we just turned it into a stateful component. And the reason that we want this thing to be a stateful component is because we need to store some state. And what exactly do we need to store? We need to store. Let me think. We need to store which slot we're editing. So instead of like having these simple dumb components that just like pass the look and then set the look and set the die slots that you're specifically editing, and then doing this up like in our fat smart component, like our LiveView form. Instead, what we're gonna do is we're just gonna make this its own component, this whole block its own component, and then this component knows about how to edit these 4 things. But as I said, because we're sort of prop drilling now, the look skin input needs to know about colors, which in a way is a bit ugly. But that is what it is. Skins, it makes sense because it's like searching for a specific subset of skins. So that makes sense. We could also argue that that would be preferred to have like sort of stored somewhere, but I think this is fine. But the colors one feels weird because inside of look skin input, it doesn't use the colors itself. Because it's actually the die selector modal that is responsible for the colors. So this is the prop drilling problem that I was talking about. Like, I now have a form. Form needs to pass colors to look skin input. Look skin input technically doesn't really use colors, but a subcomponent needs it. So I'm just like passing it along for the ride. So die selector modal is this modal. We might like change this later, but that is initially in the last stream is what we called this. It can select different views, and it can sort the data accordingly to whatever thing you've picked. Let me see. Yes, so this wasn't the problem yet, okay? This wasn't the problem yet. So what I found out is that if you render live components nested, not live components. So I'm rendering a live component is the look skin input, which I'm arguing whether it needs to be a stateful component or not. We will figure that out as we go. But I'm rendering a modal that is a die selector modal that is a live component because it has some state in it. The state that it has is like which view I'm rendering. So if it's a set, a view, or material view. This is also the same sort of ordering that we have in the game, but also we're gonna be able to need to search and stuff on this list. So we'll need to figure that out. This is another one of those things where I'm not entirely sure how we're gonna approach this. Maybe you pass in the colors and then we set a separate set of state to as we're doing here. So the colors that we pass into this component get set as data, and then we set the colors as the actual searched or filtered colors. So we'll need to figure out if that feels correctly in this paradigm. But the problem that we're actually having here is that if I select one of these colors, it does not bubble up to the skin inputs, but instead it bubbles up all the way to the LiveView component, which is considered the parent. So that's a bit annoying because I don't want my form to actually know about selecting a die. I want this tiny piece to know about which color was selected. Like, it doesn't need to bubble up. But the problem is that this just doesn't work in the LiveView like landscape, basically. So if I want to message my parent, the parent of the die selector modal is the LiveView form and not the look skin input, which I assumed it was. And I can show you that. If we currently click on this and we select a color, it will tell me that the event it's trying to the event it's trying to run against is look live form handle info. This is the method it's trying to invoke with the data. But I assumed, this is also why I have this like handle info, I think. Yeah, handle info here, that it would ask this to its parent, which in this case will be look skin input, but it doesn't know about that. That's a bit annoying. That is a bit annoying. All right, let's see. Sorry, that was just a little rant of the actual issue that we're trying to solve here. So the actual issue that we're trying to solve, or trying to figure out or work with, is how do we get the handle info method to be handled by this look skin input, because I don't want this to bleed out. Like I need to think like, how should this flow? How should this data flow? And what is, because in React worlds, these wouldn't be message passing, this would just be like callbacks. So in React world, I would be like on select, pass in like a method, and then you just like update your state in this specific component, because this component is what it cares about. But we obviously also want the parent, which is the actual form, to know what happened. So this is going to be a journey. This is going to be a journey of trying to figure out what feels right here and how this should work. Because this component is very fat and it's very smart. It knows like about all of the state, which is very useful, but it's also very hard to work with now because of all the methods. Like I'm handling events here, I'm handling info calls here from other components. So I'm not entirely sure what is like the best way to handle this. It's also doing the saving and whatever else. Some logic for the attachment state. Maybe this can like live somewhere else, but we'll need to see. So this is a perfect example of like how we're gonna figure this out together. So TLDR to how this works. Look skin input is a stateful component. It has access to the field. So the field is the form field for this specific skin. So this is the helm. So we'll be creating a form for the helm. And I think the current state of this form field is just helm ID. Oops. Helm ID. So currently the form just says a helm ID, which is not going to work anymore because we will probably need to be passing a whole look skin in here, because we will need to set the dies on it. If I take a look at the seeds, this is technically, and I need to look at the dies. This is technically the form that we need to build. So we need to basically instead of look skins, we'll be explicitly setting helm, and we'll convert that back into a full list of look skins by ourselves. But because we want to make sure that we only have one helm and we not somebody who's like picking random skins. But basically the idea is that every single one of these inputs, this thing, is going to be representing one look skin with a skin ID. So the skin ID is what we're setting when we're changing this value. And then the dies is a list of the dies with their positioning. And the positioning just indicates where it needs to live on this. So it's just the index. And then this is basically the data structure that we need to build. Is basically the gist of it. Sup Cozy, sup Tit. Let me see if I missed anything. Doing it on the weekends kind of, but it's kind of... I need to start every day. Falling behind us, so I gotta keep up daily now. Is there some import-export would be make things so much easier? Sadly, there's not. There could be a nice improvement here to do import this via API. So yeah, that is a thing that we can do. Tits. You can make every part of your website tables, so rows in tables are also tables, and then there can be tables inside these tables too, because each cell is a table. This is how Oracle does it. Are we talking about UI here, or are we talking about database here? Okay, so what we're gonna figure out is I think we need to start with those callbacks. So that's gonna be like our biggest question, right? We need to, I guess the parent is going to be needing to be responsible for editing the form, which is a bit weird in a way, because I'm passing a message. Let me see how I'm passing a message. So the die selector modal is doing an event. It's like set grouping, right? That's like this event here, set grouping. Just like select the way it's grouped. And then we have a select color event, which is just when you click any of those colors, it takes a color ID and then it passes this back to the parent. And then what does notify parent do? It sends to self the module name and then the message. So this is what I'm wondering. This is what I'm wondering. So this ends up at this ends up in the LiveView form. But the LiveView form technically does not know about die selector modal, right? So the module that we're passing here feels weird to get a message from. Because like the attachment modal makes sense because it is rendering the attachment modal. So it is in fact rendering the attachment modal, so it makes sense that as the form, I am receiving a message from the attachment modal because I know about it. The problem is, in this case, look skin input is the one rendering the modal. And this is why I think this is where the LiveView becomes a bit of a pain, because the paradigm in React would have been, I render this look skin input and it encapsulates the entirety of the look skin logic. So knowing about which die is selected should be handled here, and then I bubble it up to the next person, which just becomes like a, hey, like, hey there, I selected this. That does not happen, because if I'm sending a message to self, the process that owns this thing is the LiveView process. And this is kind of like where my knowledge falls apart of LiveView. So maybe we just need to do some reading here. Because in a React world, this would have been actually pretty easy. I want to know about... Wait, what is LiveView controller? Oh, yeah. I need to know about LiveView components. LiveView components are a mechanism to compartmentalize state, markup, and events for sharing across LiveViews. Yes. Two live views with the same module and ID are treated as the same component regardless when they are of where they are in the page. Therefore, if you change the location of where a component is rendered within its parent live view, it won't be remounted. This means you can use live views to implement cards and other elements that can be moved around without losing state. A component is only discarded when the client observes it is removed from the page. Yeah, that's why IDs are very important. Okay. Note that myself is not set for stateless components, as they cannot receive events. Makes sense. Live components also support an optional update many callback as an alternative to update. While update is called for each component individually, update many is called with all LiveView components of the same module being currently rendered/updated. The advantage is that you can preload data from the database using a single query for all components instead of running one query per component. Is this the issue that I'm running into? To provide more complete understanding of why both callbacks are necessary, let's see an example. Imagine you are implementing a component and the component needs to load some state from the database. Dies, right? So this thing. Okay. A possible implementation would be to load the user on the update callback. Sure, that is what we used to do before. However, the issue with said approach is that if you're rendering multiple user components in the same page, you will have n+1 query problem. By using update many instead of update, we will receive a list of assigns and sockets, allowing us to update many at once. Now a singles query to the database will be made. In fact, update many algorithm is breadth first tree traversal, which means even for nested components, the amount of queries are kept at a minimum. Final note, update many must return an update list of sockets in order as they're given. Update many is defined, update to, okay, it makes sense. Managing state. Now that we learned how to define and use components as well as how... So for our use cases, it doesn't make a difference, I think. Does it? Theoretically, it could. But... like, we are, in fact, rendering multiple of these modals. But for modals, it's not that big of an issue. Generally speaking, you want to avoid both parent LiveView and LiveView component working on two different copies of the state. Instead, you should assume only one of them to be the source of truth. Yeah, so this is an issue, right? This is an issue. So our dies gets an input of colors, but it is not the one responsible for sorting and filtering those, which is in theory a copy of the state. Instead, you should only assume one. Let's discuss the approaches. Imagine a scenario where LiveView represents a board with each card in it as a separate LiveView component. Each card has a form to update, allow update of a card title directly in the component as follows. We will see how to organize the data flow to keep either board LiveView or the card LiveView components as the source of truth. LiveView is the source of truth. If the board LiveView is the source of truth, it will be responsible for fetching all the cards on the board, and then it will call live components for each card, passing the card struct as an argument to card component. Now, when the user submits the form, card component handle event will be triggered. However, if the update succeed, it must not change the card struct inside the component. If you do so, the card struct in the component will get out of sync live. This makes sense, right? This makes sense. This is like, I have this struct here that I'm passing from the parent, and then I am updating the struct that lives here, but the parent has a different version of that struct, which makes sense. So now it says, okay, luckily, because the component and the view are running the same process, sending a message from the live component to the parent view is as simple as messaging to self. LiveView can then receive handle info. Because the list of cards in the parent socket was updated, the parent LiveView will be re-rendered, sending the update to the cards components. Yeah, this is like very like makes total sense. Alternatively, instead of having components send a message directly to the parent view, the components could broadcast using pub/sub. As long as the parent LiveView subscribes to the board topic, it will receive updates. The advantage of using pub/sub is that we can get distributed updates out of the box. Now, if any user connects to the board if any user connected to the board changes a card, all other users will see the change. Live component is the source of. If each live component is the source of truth, then the board LiveView must not fetch the card structs from the database. Instead, the board LiveView must only fetch the card IDs. Then render each component only by passing an ID. Now, each component will load its own card. Of course, doing so will be expensive n plus queries, where n is the number of cards, so you use update many. Makes sense. However, note that components do not have a LiveView handle info callback. Therefore, if you want to track distributed changes on a card, you must have a parent LiveView receiving those events and redirecting them to the appropriate cards. For example, assuming card updates are sent to board ID topic, and that the board LiveView is subscribed to said topic, one could do send update card component. Yeah, so this is exactly what I was talking about, right? So let me walk you through our use case. So we're rendering live component look skin input, right? Look skin input in return renders a die selector modal, right? Die selector modal is responsible for rendering the dies, and then you could click a thing and then it will send you the color. The form, the LiveView, is the parent here. So it receives an handle info, and this is the error that we're seeing here. The form LiveView component is receiving our process message, and then what I can do is the LiveView parent can then say, okay, I don't really care about this message. I'm gonna pass it on who I think is responsible for receiving this, which is the look skin input with Helm ID, right? So the annoying part is that form wasn't really meant to receive this message, because it doesn't even know that the die selector is rendered, because all it knows about is that look skin input is rendered, which happens to render a die selector model. So it receives a message from a nested component somewhere in the tree, and then it's like, cool, I was not meant to handle this message, so you figure it out, you know? So this is basically just like, I received the message. I'm gonna handle it, but I'm not the one responsible for doing something with it. So here, card component with ID this. This is what I'm sending you. Good luck. Which is annoying in a way, because I don't want my LiveView form to even know about the die selector modal. So I think I'm not gonna I'm not gonna use this approach. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have a couple of these handle infos, and I'm just gonna change the state, and then the state will trickle down. Which probably means that this thing does not need to be stateful anymore. It still needs to be stateful, actually. But the data coming in is not. Because this thing receives a form field in one of its assigns. And then we'll just need to update the parent. In the examples above, we use send to communicate with LiveView and send update to communicate with components. This introduces a problem. What if a component that may be mounted both inside a LiveView or on other components? Given each uses a different API for exchanging data, this may seem tricky at first, but an elegant solution to use anonymous functions as callbacks. Let's see an example. Okay, hold up. In the section above, we wrote the following code for our card components. Handle event, update title, send it to the parent as updated card with the card fields and then the title. The issue with this code is that if card component is mounted in another component, it will still send the message to the LiveView. Holy shit, this is exactly what I was talking about. Not only that, this code may be hard to maintain because the message sent by the component is defined far away from the LiveView that receives it. Holy shit. Yes, exactly. So what is the solution? Instead, let's define a callback that will be invoked by card components. Oh my, wait, holy shit. This is a pattern. This is a pattern. So, update title is in the card components. And then we check the assigns that are passed. So this is just props, right? This is just props. On card update, call the function, anonymous function, pass it this assign card title, blah, blah, blah. Wait, hold up. I need to wrap my head around this. What the fuck is going on here? Hold the phone. Sub Hanso, hi. Welcome in. Are you getting paid to doing Elixir? I wish, but no. But how's it going? Welcome in. Okay. It is kind of funny. It is kind of funny. If you read the docs, like, we're coming to the same conclusion here, which is amazing, right? It's like we're reading, I'm like ranting about how annoying this is, and then, look, if you run into this issue, that's a bit annoying. Here's the solution. I still don't know the solution. I still don't understand it. Okay, so we're looking at the card component. It has an update title event that is just like a JavaScript push, for example, right? We have that, I think, here as well. If you click on here. If you click on one of the colors in the UI, I can show you. If you click on one of the colors in the UI, we call select color. So here we are, handle event, select color. So this is pretty much what is here, right? In your component, you change the title. Okay. Then we pass into the component. Instead of notify parent here, we pass in. We do socket assigns.on caller selected caller ID. Sure. And now when initializing the card component from the LiveView, we should probably also pass the index though. Initialize the card component from the LiveView. Oh, this is so smart actually. This is really clever. I like that. So when you're in the when you were to initialize the card components in a LiveView, you just pass it. Basically, you send the message to yourself. So you send the message updated card to yourself, which is you are rendering the LiveView. That's okay. But when you're rendering inside inside of another component, so inside the look skin input, you're sending it to yourself, which is in this case not the LiveView process, but you're sending it to look skin inputs. Ah, that is very cool. So if I do here on select color, what was it? On select color, I think. On color selected. And we don't do self here, but we do myself here. Color selected. And then this is actually just index and caller ID. So we get actually wait. Yeah, this is fine. What are we talking about? What are we yapping about? What's the issue here? Is caller ID already somewhere? No. What are we yapping about? I always see people doing exotic languages in sovereign dev, but I actually don't meet anybody doing it in real life. What's up, Brainless Society? I know Brainless Society does it in real life. Okay, so on color selected. This thing we still need to figure out. I don't think we need to do all this, but I'm so scared. Every time the autocomplete finishes, like the Z still has a bunch of issues with it. Okay, okay, this is actually gonna be sick. I'm sending a message as a callback to myself. So now I can handle this properly. And I should get die selected caller ID. I still might need to send this to the LiveView, but I can do that from here now, which makes more sense. So I receive from the die selector model that I know, I receive die selected for the index and the caller ID. And then I can now just debug this. And then close the modal. I think this works. Oh, never mind. An event variable caller. We use Elixir for our platform? Yeah, exactly. Okay, we select the skin. We select the color, and then we click here, and then we crash. What happens? Erlang sent live component CID. Both cases is the parent has explicit control over the messages it will receive. Yeah, that is what I want. Why is this not working? Live component Erlang sends Phoenix live component CID1. Don't mention crashes, please. I'm reviving an old Transport Fever 2 mod, and I'm dealing with weird crashes that I'm too sleepy to fix. Also, I hate Lua. Nice. Interesting. I'm actually not sure what is going on here. Selector mode will handle events. What is the issue here? Following the exact docs. I'm not doing anything differently, I think. I'm a bit confused as to why it doesn't work. Because it's basically saying I'm trying to send a specific process a message. Oh, wait, it's supposed to be sent updates. Right. Sent updates. With new assigns. Okay, right. In our case, this doesn't really work then. Because we're not really sending ourselves a message, but we are actually... But that is, I think, okay. I think this might still work. I just need to change it differently, right? Instead of this, I can just pass the function in here. So I can say like handle on die select, update, notify parents. It's like, it's gonna be a very awkward name, but it's like notify parent about. What we can just do maybe is we get this callback. And then we just do send it to the parents. I selected index color, and because we need to update it from the parent anyways, because that one, the form knows about the The form knows about the how am I gonna update? Let's just find that out first. Then we know what we need to send. There's so many fucking methods. This fucking form is so massive already. We really need to start thinking about how we're gonna do this differently. Okay, so here's the attachment modal. I don't think we... Yeah, this might be... Okay. Let's just say we get an update from this guy instead, and then we get a die selected with index and caller ID. And I guess also slot. What if we pass the whole field in? Because let me think, right? I'm updating the helmet. I'm updating the helmet die color, index 0, and then the form needs to know which look skin to update. It does not have an ID because it doesn't exist yet. But it does know about the slots. But then for weapon, it's a bit awkward because that's just an index only. So I think we just pass, what did we call this? We called it the field. So what is this field? What does this contain? Oh, I did not like that. Oh, it's because I'm doing handle info. Tell me, sir, what does the field look like? I think this is what it should be, I think. So it should be the field. This is what we're getting back. And then we need to update the chain set, kind of like this. So we get the form source, which is the chain set. Then we take the field. Feels very error prone, but let's just find out. Bum, 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 bum. Die selected. Fields. Well, let's actually use this. Might as well. This can be gone. Ooh, actually, we do need to also update our own state to close the modal. So I think we do need to handle on caller selected. And then we just do this. So we notify a parent that the die is selected, but we also need to change our own state. So we do also need to send an update to ourselves. But that makes it ugly because the state here of like what I'm editing is not meant to come from here. But I guess you can. Also, I don't know if myself is a thing. Is myself a thing inside of a callback like that? What are you talking about? What is myself in the context if I'm just passing a function like this rather than an anonymous function? I guess I can do like this. What are we talking about here? Is myself just a field on the sockets? As far as I know, socket is always last. Lovely. Oh. Not a big fan, but we'll figure it out. Yo, Lucas, Ores, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Not a fan. Index nil. Oh, right. Index nil. Finally the bug killed. Let's go. Field helm ID. Index nil. Am I not passing the index? Editing die index. Oh, wait. Wait a second. Why am I getting nil back? Why am I getting nil back? I don't think the die selector modal should tell me, by the way. I just realized that. Not really doing that anymore anyways, but... maybe we'll get there eventually still. We don't really care about this, right? We just care you render the modal, you get a return back. You're always rendering one modal at a time, so I think we can just take this from here. No matching clause? Oh, yeah. It's not closing it either, though. Okay, that is correct. But then it should re-render itself with setting this to nil. Let's see. Ooh. Ooh. That is also a bit weird, isn't it? But send update myself also works. Signs. So in theory here, very curious what we're getting back after the second render. Interesting. We update the parent. And we try to re-render with just passing this as assigns, which is not a lot. Yeah, this doesn't feel good. This does not feel good. This does not feel good. The whole reason that we wanted to move this into its own component is that it could encapsulate its own state, but now it seems like that is just impossible. Because the state management of like which die I'm editing feels like it still needs to be inside of the form, which is the whole purpose that we moved this out of into its own component. The only state that this thing is managing is which die you're changing. But I feel like I'm fighting to then make a state change, because here I'm just working with a callback. I'm working on a callback. I can message the parents to do something. But I need to pass all of the assigns to send an entire update. Which does not feel very good. If update 2 is not defined, all assigns are simply merged into the socket. That makes sense. The assigns received as the first argument of pre-existing assigns may be found using socket assigns. Whom is managing the state? Both of them are managing the state. The LiveView is managing the form state, so that's why I'm sending an update. But whether the modal is open or not is managed by the component. Like this modal is managed by this component alone. Which I think makes sense, because it's like the parent doesn't need to know how the die is set. It just needs to know that it is being set so that a die is selected. But the updating of itself is very difficult. Actually, I don't know, this feels weird. I think I'll just need to lift the state up, but that defeats the whole purpose of this component, I feel. Because the whole purpose of this component is that I could be within the look skin context and not having to figure out which look skin and then which index from that I need to hold into state. But I think it otherwise just becomes messy because there's like this just doesn't work. So I think that's, yeah. The reason that we extracted this into its own component is to completely defeat it now. Because the example here is very trivial. It's like they're rendering this live component inside of another live component, which means you cannot send a message to yourself because you're not necessarily a process. So basically you're just tending it to re-render itself with new inputs. But here they're just passing one prop. But those components, like in our case, like you're sending field and a label and skins and colors. Which would mean that I would need to, every time I add a prop to this component, I would need to add it to this here to update yourself. Which is just not feasible. It's like, it's completely painful. There must be a different way. Like, there must be a way for me to update the sockets. This doesn't, by the way, work. This is still here from before. Like, we cannot actually handle info calls. Are you sending the state that the component needs or everything? What do you mean? Think about this, right? I have this component here. It consists of the ID of the skin that I want to render. It has the slots, so shoulder ID in this case, that I want to update. And then it gets an amount of slots here that I want to be able to edit. So instead of doing that all in the live view, I was like, let's make this a stateful component so that I will update whenever this value changes. So I will tell the live view parent, like, hey, this is your new ID, re-render myself. And then it will render the thumbnail, right? Not a big deal. Then I want the die selector to be picked from within this component because the parent doesn't really necessarily need to know that a modal pops up. All it needs to know is that a color is selected. So that's what we're doing here. But the state of the inner component, also of this whole component needs to also update because it now needs to close the modal. So if I click a color here, the parent is updated and it gets, hey, here you go. this is what you need to update, parent, which makes sense. I mean, I am the form. I need to know what value I need to change. So that makes sense. So it tells me for Helm ID, change position 0, die position 0, because a die is selected for that slot. Not a big deal. That's like, sure, that's like form component state. But now I want to close the modal, which is inner component state. And so I can lift that up to the parent, but then the whole purpose of this component being stateful is completely ruined. Like, there's no point in having that even be stateful, because the parent is now managing the state of the modal, whether the modal is open or not, which is not really what I want. But it seems like, according to the docs at least, and this was quite helpful, to be honest, like reading through how this operates and like in what situations you should like send it to the parent, and how you can update the live component that you're inside of using send update is very helpful. But the example here is just one property, and it seems like send update requires you to have all of the assigns available, which is just kind of ugly. Which I can do, like I have access to them within the render function, but that seems very strange. See, it's like send update assigns, and instead of PID, I'm just using send to, which is like, I do think the modal should be managed by the LiveView, and the component just says when to open and close. Yeah, but I mean, that's how I guess I need to handle it, but I don't think the LiveView should even care about it. That's kind of the design I was looking for, right? Like, if I were to design this in React, I would be like, I have my form here, and then I render this specific input, which is look skin input, which is quite intense. It's quite a strong component, and then it would be like on change, sure, on change, handle the skin change, but also on die change, which would then be like the index of the die slot and then the color, right? Which will then update form or set die for skin. Like, this is how I would do it in React, which would make a lot more sense, because the form doesn't need to know about modals and stuff that it's like managing. No, the input field is like doing all of its magic with where it's gonna get the value. Like, I don't care if this renders an input field or a drop down or whatever else. All I know is that when it changes, I get back the skin ID. And then it's like a form update with skin ID or something like that. So this makes me a little bit sad, but I guess we'll have to deal with this. You know, this is what it is. Because the look skin input for me is like a very complicated component that the form just should not even know about. It's just, when the color changes or when the dye changes, give them to me, and then you will re-render with the new look skin. And then the new look skin that the form knows about the dye colors and the skin and whatever else. So it knows about all of that, but when it changes and how it changes and which UI is responsible for making those changes, like, the form should not really care about. But what it seems like in LiveView currently is that my form my form state needs to be my form, right? It has the chain set for the whole form. But then it also needs to know about look, skin, editing die index, which would be helm ID 0, right? But my form doesn't care about whether the live view doesn't care about whether something is editing or not. That's like that whole block is responsible for that. Like I'm gonna add all of these states which are dependent on nested values, right? Like this input field might render a modal inside of it. Well, I call it input, but it's not necessarily an input. This is just one block. Like that's just a naming issue, right? Like how the fuck do you call this like look skin thing? The form shouldn't have to care about this. Like this is very implementation detail heavy, but I think that's just how it is. That's just how we have to run with it for now, and that is a bit sad. I would have liked to be able to do this. From API perspective, look skin just updates its parent with die selected. Or you could even say we get it from a callback, right? But callbacks, like we have message passing, so you might as well use that. So I notify the parent to re-render itself and change itself, its own state, so that the component down the stream gets all re-rendered. Perfect. Excellent. But I also want to re-render myself by closing the modal. Right? Because I also have my own state. That is kind of the composability that we have here. We have a form component, which is stateful, but also this is stateful. But sadly, I just can't seem to get this to work. So I think we'll just move it up. We'll just move up the state, which is, it feels like old React, honestly. It feels like old React, where you would have like a class component, which would be like your live form, I guess in this case, and you would have state, and it would contain everything. Because all of those, and you would almost have to like differentiate like all of your stuff. Like this is for the modal. This is all the stuff for the modal. This is the form. But if we can break out like state and UI state, that is like extremely helpful. Because it simplifies things a lot. Like the parent doesn't need to know about what some guy down the stream is, how they're gonna render something. That's the reason that we started like moving to simplified state using like the functional the function components in React, so that we could break this out into its own thing. But sadly, that is not the case here. You could call LiveView component inside of your component. That's what I'm doing. So here, watch this. So let me just explain. I have live form, right? I'm just like writing this down as if it's React, okay? Because it's less verbose because it doesn't have the live component shit. So, well, actually, let's just do it from here, right? So live components, boom. So we're rendering. Our live form is rendering a live component, right? Which gets a bunch of shit. It gets its own form field, right? It gets its own form field that it needs to, you know, work with. So it knows, like, if it has errors and shit. Which is cool. Now, what does this thing render? This thing renders some input fields, you know, some input. Sure. You can just type in the thing, but it also has die channels, which renders a modal, right? So every single skin input renders a modal that is also a live component because it also has state, right? So now, and realistically, all the live form contains is just the form, which is gonna build out whatever this is. So Helm ID is a bit, it's old in a way. You could just say it's called a helm because it will contain the whole look skin, but sure. So let's just say the form has like the helm, and the helm has dies, right? It has an array of dies, and it has a skin ID. This is like the form state, sort of. This is what live form is, our live view is rendering. Right? So this is sort of what our state looks like, and we're passing in the helm, all good, and the necessary things. So here it's like rendering for the helm ID, and then we just, whenever this changes or something, we just update the parent. Right, so we just do like a Phoenix update or something. I don't know. On change, it updates the form. That's what we're doing. We're rendering the combo box, and then it's gonna magically do the thing, and then here it says we're not updating. I can't remember exactly how we're doing this, but yeah. I have no clue about React, but sure. I mean, this is what it is, right? This is not React, this is LiveView, right? So my thing is just rendering an input field, but it's also rendering a modal, right? So the state of this thing, of this component, also has state, because there is going to be a button here. Edit die, sure. Sure, fine, sure. Okay, so I have stayed in this thing because this thing knows that whether it's like editing or not, whether it's like opening a modal, right? It's like selecting a color. So this component, this whole block, this whole like rounded thing is this component, is look skin input. It's this whole thing. It's like including this thing and these four thingies. If I click on this button, it edits the die. So it sets this index to 0, right? It's like we're doing an event, we're handling the event, we're updating our socket, and we're setting this. Which now means that the modal can show, because like the index is set. Hey, we are editing something, let's go. All right. Now we're clicking on a value. We're clicking on a value. And then if I were to, inside of the die selector modal, if I were to do the little, so let's just say die selector modal, right? If I were to do the send self, color selected color, then it would not end here, but it would end in the live view form, right? Because this is the one that holds the process. That is not what we want, because we might want intermediate components to be able to react to the changes that they are rendering, right? And it's in the docs. The docs are basically like, this is not ideal. The examples above, we've used send to communicate live view and send update to communicate with components. This introduces a problem. Wait, no, here. No, No, wait, it wasn't here. The issue with this code is that if the card component is mounted inside of another component, it will still message the LiveView. So this is what I was saying, right? So look skin input knows about the modal. The LiveView form doesn't know anything about a modal. It just knows that it's rendering look skin inputs. And if we were to send to self, the LiveView all of a sudden needs to know, what the fuck? I got a message from this guy right here, but I don't even render that one. Like, it's not even my responsibility. Like, it somehow got this, right? And it could be like 5 nested components deep, I guess. So here. Not only that, this code may be hard to maintain because the message sent by the component is defined far away from the LiveView that will receive it, right? So we're sending a message from die selector modal, and then LiveView will receive it, even though it doesn't know anything about this modal component, right? So that's not ideal. So what their solution is they say, okay, how about you pass a callback method to this component so that the consumer of this component can decide whether to send it to the parent or to itself, right? So in the case of I want to send this to my parent, I am rendering this in a LiveView, I want the LiveView to know about this, I'm sending it to the LiveView. In the case of I am rendering this inside another component, I'm send update to myself, which in this case is look skin input. This works. And this is also how I am basically taking something that comes from a modal, taking something that is rendered by the modal, and then explicitly sending this to my LiveView parent without it being like magical, right? I'm pretending that look skin input is the one that's sending the message. Here. So look skin input, a component that LiveView knows about because it's explicitly rendering it, is now sending a message to myself that a die has been updated, which makes sense. The problem is, however, is that the state for rendering or the die selector or not is not something that the form knows about, mind you, because here all we're saying is like, I'm rendering look skin input. It doesn't know anything about that it's rendering a modal or anything else. All it knows about is that it sends me some messages. And one of the messages is just a die was selected or a skin was selected. So the issue here is that like I cannot find a way to re-render myself with a different property. Because it seems like when you call send update, you need all of the assigns here. See in the docs if Phoenix target is what you need. So Phoenix target doesn't work. Because I am a live component. I'm not a LiveView. So I cannot send messages to myself. That's basically the issue that they're describing here. Like, if the LiveView is the source of truth, then you message the LiveView and then the LiveView handles it. But in cases where the live component is the source of truth, in my case, that is the case for the modal state, you should use send update, which is like render yourself with a different input. But every example that they're showing is they're just sending one assign. But I guess what I can do is I can pass assigns here. And the index was this thing. Can this work? I don't know if that's... Socket is reserved to signs. Yeah, okay, that's because I'm passing everything. So this is the issue, right? It's like I'm re-rendering myself, but I need all of the assigns. Because if I'm passing just this, or maybe it needs to be this. Maybe it's just a map? No. See, the assigns that I'm passing is this. Which is correct. And then I'm setting it and then assign new. So why is this... What is this socket at the end then? So maybe it is working. Oh. Well, it's not working, but maybe... One. What if I just update with this? I mean, the easiest way is to just lift the state up, but I think that's very ugly. Like in this case, it can work. That's what we're doing for the attachments, but the component, the LiveView component is so massive for... If we're doing that, like there's no way I can break down the state. So the assigns that we're getting in update is this. Makes sense. And then we say is nil. Sure. This is also... I don't see it actually being assigned. Am I crazy? LiveView can also implement how it works exactly the same as LiveView for client events to reach a component. The tag must annotate the Phoenix client. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm using for the furthest thing, right? This is the thing is though, is this is not a... Can I explicitly see? The modal, when I click on a caller, is just an event that is sent to myself, which is the modal component, right? And then I get the event, and then I could do something with this event, right? But as the modal doesn't know about the parent. It only knows about the process. So if I change this or remove this or change this to self, I will be sending it to the parent LiveView, not the component, not the LiveView component. So the only way to notify yourself as a sibling Phoenix target, isn't it just the same thing? I think Phoenix target is the same thing. It's just when you're breaking it out. So either you do this or you do push and then you set the target. I think it's the same thing. It's just a different way of writing it. So what if, wait. So what if it's the way I handle drop-down components from within a LiveView component? Within a LiveView? I'm thinking now, what if instead of updating myself, which I don't really have to, as you said, instead of this, I target not the parent process, but I target myself here. So I pass a prop that basically says like who is supposed to handle this, but that's the only difference is here is that I can directly change the sockets. Like I can call assigns on the sockets. But maybe I am. Like that will work. Like I would need to like let's just do it YOLO, right? Let's just make a YOLO prop and I pass myself. Right? So I would pass look skin inputs to this. And then I would go, instead of the target being myself, I would do YOLO. Then what I would get, I assume, is in handle events, which would be select color with the color ID. And then I would say assign this, right? The weird thing though, what's the issue, mister? Oh my god, there's so many. Handle event 3, select color. Oh, there's sockets. Yeah. No. How's this wrong? Maybe I made a typo or something. I clicked. But the modal did not close. Don't tell me that. Don't tell me. Don't tell me that my modal logic is flawed and that is the reason this is not working. That would be fucking hilarious. So maybe it was working. Assign socket in this. Assign socket no. There's no difference, right? Am I crazy? Is the socket that we're... Am I crazy? I think I'm going completely nuts. I think I'm losing it. I think I am actually losing it. This is gonna crash. I'm losing it. Okay, it starts at nil, right? It starts at nil. Then I click on this. Why does it not re-render? What? Am I crazy? Am I just completely fundamentally misunderstanding how live components work? Am I just completely going haywire right now? After components is updated, render is called with all assigns. On the first render we get mount socket updated. On further rendering, update assign sockets. Render assigns. This is really what matters though, so this is the one that's... This is the one that truly matters, so I actually don't really care about this one, necessarily. No socket change? Boom. Re-render. Edit die change. Makes sense. Click. Index. Click. The render is setting it to nil. You gotta be shitting me. You gotta be shitting me. Still measuring the parents? No. Like, you can see in the render method, this is being... It is calling render. You cannot be shitting me that the fucking modal component is bugged. I wouldn't be surprised if it is. I gotta be honest here. I wouldn't be surprised if it is. There's like open a voice compatibility issues with Phoenix core components. Okay, I gotta be honest. This is my code. Okay, this is half my code, half code that I found online, half code migrated from Phoenix older version where they still included modals inside of core components, converted into modals using Daisy UI. So I would not be surprised if it is just bugged. Because maybe this shouldn't be show, but it should be open. It is re-rendering. What about here? This would be so fucking hilarious, and it would also just completely destroy me internally if the modal is bugged, and that is what we've been looking at the entire time. Phoenix remove. Wait a minute. How am I rendering the other modal? Am I running it in an if statement? See, the modal is bugged, guys. That is fun. So I've been like throwing myself out, like completely. You know who is truly at fault here, actually? Who is truly at fault here is the autocomplete. If I didn't have autocomplete, I would have copy pasted the modal code into this component. But what I did instead was rely on the autocomplete, and the autocomplete completely hallucinated what the value should be. Okay. Beautiful. Love that. As it always does. As it always does. As it always does. It is true. That is what it does. It is very true. For fuck's sake. You know those studies that say that AI is not actually speeding you up as a developer? This is why. This is why. You think it's correct. You just like, let me just quickly slap this together. And then, yep, it does. Also, let's be honest here. Let's be honest here and say this is not the best modal API. Okay? This is not the best modal API. So that is something that we need to make note of and do something with. Because if we're going to use more modals, this is not very straightforward of how this is supposed to work. But at the time, I just needed to get something to work. And the old Daisy UI code... Oh, the new Daisy UI code and the old core components code I needed to migrate over. So yeah. We're fine. We're fine. Okay, so now we need to really think to ourselves, which approach do we want to take? Because I think that I like the approach that we had earlier with passing the callback, actually. It might not feel very LiveView, but the docs talk about this exact issue that I was having, and they solved it in this way, so I feel like it is the solution to how we want to solve it. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna let the modal itself handle the select and then propagate that to the parent by calling the callback method that is assigned to the components. So we're gonna do this again. And then instead we're gonna do handle this. And then I think this will just work. Re-render ourselves to close the modal. Notify the parent about the selected color. Are these unused? You are very wrong, my friends. Okay, that actually really sucks because we have a lot. This is not the meat and bones of the issue that we're running into, actually, because there's a lot more refactoring that we need to do, or changing that we need to do, not necessarily refactoring, because currently our look skin here is just a skin ID, but we actually need to store the look skin because we need to build and add dyes to it. So let's just wrap this up. We're not gonna do this anymore. We're gonna do color ID. Color ID assigns. Maybe the socket is prettier. Okay, basically, the combo box options, that is still being used. Ah, wait. We've added the methods. I also really wonder if there's some sort of linter that can, like, hold these like things that are supposed to be together, because like the scaffolded code has def p's and regular defs like sort of throughout each other, and I'm not entirely sure what the correct thing to do here is. I don't think we use that here anymore. Skin input, yeah, okay, but that's gonna be gone. Okay, I think this should work now. So now we have a structure where it's completely broken. Why is it completely broken? What? How was the drop down broken? What did I just do? Combo box options. Oh. Yeah, right. Do you prefer public on top of private? Yeah, that's what I'm feeling too. Personally, I like the Phoenix approach to avoid leaking implementation out of the components or using callbacks. It's not really leaking implementation, right? Like, can I just pass Phoenix target like this? I don't think I can, right? Because then I would need to pass a prop. Like, I don't know what to call that prop. Because then I need to know how die selector is done. It'll be on the modal. Yeah, but the modal doesn't know about which parent is rendering it, right? Like, I need to know about which input is actually the one rendering. Like, which subcomponent. I could be using this die selector anywhere. So I would need to like pass which target it would be. It would just make the handle function be the one calling it. Make the handle function be the one calling it. What do you mean? The only thing I'm not happy about is this. But I just need access to all of the assigns, I guess, or at least some of them. The message will be sent to the live component so the handle event doesn't reach the live view. Yeah, but the modal needs to know who its parent is, right? So I would need to tell them like this. I would need to tell him for this render who is going to be the target. So I would need to either have a name for this parent, and then that would be your API. But I think this is more explicit. Like, this just tells you on select caller, on caller selected, what do you want to do? And then you figure it out. So do you want to re-render yourself, or do you want to notify the parents? That's like, it's up to you. The only thing though with this approach is that this send to update, it's like an API difference, right? It's send to update, handling a callback and then doing this by yourself, or getting the handle event API. But I don't know. This is what was in the docs, so I felt like this kind of makes sense for me. Like, it just tells you, like, if you want to render your parent, but the parent is a live component, then you can just send an update to your parent explicitly. But you don't want to do that explicitly because most of the times you don't know. And then here they say, but what if you sometimes use this component, the die selector modal in this, and another time in the other one? So yeah, the handle event method does also work in both sides. So you could argue that that is also better. The API is clean because it gets access to the socket already. But the downside for me is that, like, I don't know what to call this prop. Like, if the community decided if you need to know about your parents' PIDs, then use this. If you want to handle your messages from your parent PID, well, it's not your PID because it's not a process, from your parent component, then we always call it parent. Then I would be okay, but I don't see that anywhere. Like in this case, we're targeting myself, which is, in our case, we're doing the same thing here because we actually want this component explicitly to handle this situation. Not quite sure you need to pass it. Well, this component would need to know, right? Because if I send a Phoenix click, I need to know. Or I would make this a callback. So I would allow people to send on click. Myself is eternal? Yeah, myself is this component for this render, right? It's this component. That's why I'm handling the handle event here. But if I want my parent to handle it, then I would need to set this to the parent. So now the component needs to know, get a sign to know what target to use. But it's okay. I'll go with this approach. Maybe at some point we'll figure out that that is horrendous. And then we'll be okay. If I set the target as myself, then the caller will receive the message. No. This component will receive the message, because assigns.myself is this in this case. Like the rendered component itself. That's why when I set myself here, I'm getting the events on this component. So if I allow people to call click events, then that could also work. So instead of on select caller, I could do like on caller click, and then I'll just have a callback, and then people can do the JS push themselves. That's also fine. Like you could do that too. You could do then to myself would be this. I'm mostly sure that if you add, for example, add Phoenix target myself to the example, a button on the modal, I can do that. I can show you. So instead of doing the Phoenix click right, I can do Phoenix. What do I do? Give me an example button. I'll add it. Give me an example button and I will add it. But I'm pretty sure it's the same as this already. Phoenix target versus JS push targets. Just Phoenix, okay, sure, yeah, makes sense. And then it will just give me if you're right, it would error out and say that look skin input is the one that gets the event. Is that what you're saying? Because I am saying that die selector mode would get it. I cleared the window and I what did I put it on? Set. And then what the value that gets it is the die selector modal. Tries to handle foo. So the myself is an assigns that is set on the render, and the weird thing is actually it's kind of funny because I was trying to do myself somewhere in like a function that I created, and I was like, what the fuck is this value? But what the value actually is, it's a process. It's a Phoenix LiveView.cid or something. It's a component ID, so it has like a internal reference to. Did I save? Yeah, this. And the CID is like this specific component. So there is like myself is the component that you're actually rendering in. And then self is the process, your PID process for the actual process. And since this is all in the LiveView process, it's the same. It would refer to the actual LiveView. So that's why if I want to, if I want components to get events from the Phoenix click, I would need to pass the targets explicitly, or do an onClick. Add an onClick like on color click or something like that. But since this is in the docs, I'll go with this approach. This is obviously unconventional, right? Normally you don't do both, right? Normally you don't both change your own component and also send a message to your parent component. But in our case, some of the state for UI state is rendered in this component, and then the form state is in the other component. Because theoretically, if I remove this line of code, theoretically, it should update the state, but the modal should stay open. But because we also want the modal to close, we should also re-render our own component state so that the components can re-render as well. I don't know if this has any performance implications though, because it will probably send a LiveView a DOM like WebSocket message, and then the parent re-renders too, and then it will send another patch with the new HTML diff. So I don't know if this is gonna cause any issues, but we could also say send update after and then give it this couple milliseconds. But since you're clicking the button, the modal should close. So yeah, we'll see how this goes. This is true. Otherwise it's complaining about it. Also the same name in Arity. Oh yeah, okay, so this is right. Yeah, I want a linter for this, man. I want something to fucking format my code so that this shit is like done for me. Okay, nice. So now we get to the bread and butter, actually. So let's commit this shit first. The die selector should actually also be moved out into a reusable component, but for now, this is what it is. What did we actually do here? We formatted. Look, skin input, die selected, bada bing, bada boom. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. You feel fancy at Credo? Yeah, I've used Credo before, actually. Was it Credo? I think it was Credo, yeah. I think I'll add it back. I used it in a different project before, but forgot to add it here. Okay, where are we at? So, replace Helm with new live components. I am actually kind of happy with this. So we've removed some of the state, and we could do probably the same for these attachments too here. But for now, let's just continue with working with what we have. So what we need to do is we need to change the way this component handles this thing. So if I normally, let me think this out. if I normally create... If I normally create a form, all my relations need to have empty models on them, I think. So we have this form here, form schema. This should be changed. Because this would now need to be... This would now need to be form look skin. Okay, which has a skin ID and it has embeds many guys. The naming is like, it is what it is. And then what this should be is this should be... Is this an embeds 1? I think that's how it's gonna be. And I think this can also be a form look skin. That's gonna break everything, obviously. This does have a primary key though, sometimes, but not on create. That's a bit of a thing. I don't really know how to handle that. Because otherwise every time you save it might remove and then create new ones. It's gonna be a bit messy. I think we already have that somewhere for maybe attachments. This can also have a position though. Okay, for the attachment I am using ID, so let's just add it. I think I'll do the same here. Just leave the thing out for now. What are you complaining about? Cast 3. There's no cast 3. Oh, but it is a cast 3. That's fine, no? It's fine. I think it's the language server just crashed. Okay, everything will be crashing here because what we need to do is we need to go to looks.ex. And we need to see for a new look schema here. No. Let me see. Live action, apply action. New. New is get a look. Form schema.new. Form schema. Form schema attributes. Yeah, so this needs to be gone. And then we need to cast embeds. Helm. It's gonna be interesting. Cast embeds. We need to cast this helm. Right, let's actually simplify. Let's simplify and let's only do helm. Maybe even get rid of this. And then all of these skilled inputs. Hide those. And then the same for the weapon. So that we only have to do the helm. And then sorry for the flashbang. Sure is a flashbang. Embeds 1. Child with Okay, that's not too bad. Then what we do here is we do this. And then we do form, look skin, chain set 3. I do this, and I do 1, 2, 0. I will reorder the order anyways. So theoretically, this doesn't matter, but let's see what this does now. Key weapon skins not found. Sure. Okay, we're now in this situation here. Where we're iterating over everything. So let's do this. And then we need to do helm. So where are we getting this from? Attached skin. This is from look, attached skin. Okay, but we don't really care because we are working with a new look. So I don't think this really matters. Yeah, I don't think this really matters. S3 firm look skin. S3 defined or to be imported. Why is this not here? Why is this not here? Oh, right. That makes sense. Struct is undefined. From weapon skin, struct is undefined. Okay. Form weapon skin. Okay, let me just... What's the issue here? Oh, yeah. Only one method for this now, so it doesn't really matter. Do the same for the placeholder attachments? No, we don't really care. Weapon skins not found. Ah, cast weapon. Yeah, okay, makes sense. Okay, here we are. Okay, we have helm skin. Helm skin. Okay, so here we are. Let me think. So the combo box. This is selected. What's up, Piotr Ogmin? Good morning, my name is Peter. I have a quick question for you. Could you give me some advice on whether you know any CCTV archaeological monitoring programs with permission, of course, so that I can use such a tool in Windows 11? Because on the internet you can say there's practically everything to test. Any archaeological monitoring programs with can use such a tool? I have no idea. I'm sorry. I have no idea about such a tool. My bad. We'll have to find that elsewhere, I'm afraid. So when I change an input, the validate method gets called, it updates the form. So we're here. So how are we rendering this at the moment? Because we're setting Helm ID, but Helm ID is not even a field anymore. Schema. Because it's now called Helm. Need to sort of warm up on how this works again. How did this work? I'm really confused. What are we getting? Because this image is changing. Is invalid. Skin ID. So it's like assign skin. Field value. So Helm becomes Helm ID, but this should, the field, the schema should be this. So when we do new, New should be... I need to know a little bit more about this, but I think this is how it should work, and now it should crash. Right. Because now what we're doing in the combo box, right. So here we have to do, let me think, it is input, I guess it's an input 4 that we need to render? Because it's an embeds. Embeds 1. Phoenix, LiveView. Embeds 1. Permalink. Change sets, input permalink. Inputs 4, yeah, okay. So I think here we should get it's a bit of an issue, right? So would we need to do this? I would almost want to encapsulate this into this component, but the issue is that doesn't work if we render the weapons version of it. So we take the field helm, and then we get helm, and then we get it's a bit old. Oh my god. Inputs for let this field. Okay, field. Yeah. So this can be fields. Okay. I think that should make it work again. And then when we change it, something went wrong. On replace, set to raise. Form schema. Okay. Nice. Okay, now I think that is fine, because that would mean now that we could set Problem here is that we're getting the die slots, but we're not rendering the die color. But maybe because we're setting it, that should be fine. Depending on the skin, we should already set the die slots. And then remove the empty ones before save, I think. So when we are selecting this, from look, that's okay, we don't have to care about that. Look, skin, dies. Unvalidate firm schema chain set. I think we might need to make this change explicit. When you change the skin, I want to know that you changed the skin, because then I can reset all the colors. Or maybe I don't have to reset all the colors. Before saving though, I need to check how many slots there are and only save those colors, so delete the rest. Because that is actually useful if we keep it, because if you swap from a 3 to a 4, then it's nice that those colors are filled in already. You accidentally click the wrong skin and then change it back or something like that. It's kind of useful. But I think this is a change I can work with, I think. I think this can be done in a separate PR though, now that I think about it. Let's do that. So where are we at if we start over? Select. Okay. Let's start with this part first then. So no fishy hair. Okay. I don't think this position really matters, but it's fine. Okay, this can be gone. Can be gone from look. Look skins to do attach skin. Yeah, so attach skin is gonna be take the skin. This should not be attached skin. This should be a look has looks skins. So look skins. Yeah, it's a bit problematic, but it's okay, I think. The problem is that in theory, you can load the look skins, but not the associated skins. And we need the skins to know the type. Because we didn't assign a slot to them. But maybe we should give them a slot. It's fine. We'll just, for now, assume that it's there and it's gonna crash if it isn't. We're talking about a form schema here, so we need form look skin ID. That is broken now because those are form look skin. Next formats. Can we do from? Yeah, from look skin. Right now there's no knowledge of dies, so let's just keep that out of the equation for now, because that's all in the other branch. We do have position as well. So I think what we should do is we should do... Oh. Form look skin dots from look skin. Skin. Okay. What's up, Chera? This is the famous cat drawing streamer. I'm not the one that draws cats. What is this? Looks skins undefined. Ah, yeah. Still have some broken stuff. Position undefined, unknown. Position unknown. Form weapon skin. Form is rendering. It will still break. But the form is rendering. This should still be fine because it's doing this silly thing, but this thing can be gone. Still rendering correctly. Move skins to look skin. And I think for new, we now have to set the helm and everything. If we did a new schema here, should we already fill in the empty things? Or is that a form concern? I'm not entirely sure. This is now a form concern anyway, so we could potentially do it in here. But anyways, form, look, skin, empty. And then we need to do that for all of the fields. Form, look, skin. Okay. Isn't that gonna crash? Thought it would crash. That is interesting. Why doesn't that crash? Skin inputs. That's a field. The field is... yeah, okay. It's a field that shouldn't exist, though. I don't know what the behavior is for when a field doesn't exist. Yeah, let's render all of these. Now it should crash. Yeah, because it's getting a look skin, and then we need to do input 4 for all of these. So for pretty much So this would be helm, and then we get look skin. No, I think it should be the whole field here, and then this skin input should field value, fields, skin ID value. And then the combo box should be field, skin ID. Does that not work? So full stacking. Been running Elixir since 2016. I've also had my PRs committed to LV by Jose. I'm gonna chill for a moment. Feel free to AMA. Nice, dude. That's big. Oh, to LiveView. Nice. Welcome to Good to Have You. There's a lot to learn, especially considering that I'm coming from the Laravel world in a way, and from Ruby, so, and from React. So I've got like a lot of different touch points, and some of the there's still a bunch of pain points that we ran into, but so far so good. There is a lot of really good, and there's also some things that I'm like, feels a bit painful, but that is okay. The form that we have is relatively complex. Mostly complex because it doesn't match the database. And so for Laravel, it's actually very easy because they have like sort of a request validation happening before. Like it's almost explicit that you define your request interface. So whatever goes through the sort of request side of things, and then separately from your database, and with schemas, it's very easy to do either fully schema or fully database. But when it's sort of the in between, you have to map, which makes sense. But the embedded schemas that people are using, a lot of the docs are simply for using embedded schemas for JSON-B columns. So there's not a lot of what the best way is to use embedded schemas for just mapping data to your database schema. So yeah. The Heeks library is kind of wonky, not gonna lie. And Elixir we use context. Yeah, I know. I like the context and I like the mapping, but the there's not a lot of documentation, or like not. I wouldn't say it's documentation because it's more how you structure your code. But there's not a lot of blog posts about people mapping from yeah, when your database structure does not represent that one-to-one your form, basically. So yeah. Let's take a little look. So Has not found in Phoenix form fields. We're getting the helm, and then the data is skin ID. So this is exactly what I was saying. So I should be, the field here should be skin ID, but that wasn't really working. And this part is also a bit funky. So let me see, what is this? Where are we crashing? Oops. Let me think. This is correct, no? If I have a nested here, yeah. That should be fine. And our... What is the field here? Form schema shoulders. Form schema shoulders. That is what we're doing. Oh, no, wait. No, this makes sense. It makes sense. It does work. It does work. It does work. It's just we haven't met the other ones yet. This makes sense. Okay. I was like, why is it not showing up for the something else? Yeah, this makes sense. Yeah, let's just leave it like that. Okay. Just gonna do this a bit nasty, but it might be faster. Just all make them one line. And then I go this. And then I get the fields. Like this. And then I can do this. And then the fields needs to become look skin. Okay. Now we're still failing on this part because skin input. This needs to now be this. And then it should be fine. No. That seems correct. You're doing nested forms? Yeah. I am doing nested forms. Let me see. This is all correct. Skin ID. Skin ID. Field skin ID value. This should exist. Because that is all what all the examples look like, but what is the issue? Oh, weapon skins. Right, this makes sense. Yeah, we're... Okay, yeah. So let's keep the weapon skins out of the question for now. I was like, holy shit, are we still running into issue? But this makes sense. Let's just keep weapon skins out of the issue. Okay, we're rendering now. That's good. So if we want to do weapon skins, we are getting look skins. Do we need nested inputs for? I think we do. So that means we can just simply put this as part of this. So what we can do is we can do... So what we're getting is... Let me think. Actually, wait, do we? Why isn't this working, actually? Because the field that we're getting... No, this should be fine. I think this might be a change set issue. This is correct. This is correct. I do. I work in context only first. Once I define the flow in the context outside of the UI, I know how I need the UI to build to the form. Work from inside out to the service. Yeah. The shitty thing is that the form is already there. We just realized later that this is what we needed. So I do agree. That would have been a nice approach. But the problem is also that with the Ecto, wait, what is it called? The let me find it. The associations. Where? Let me think. Is it here? With these like sort params, it's like it kind of changes the way forms are also are required to be sent. So like even if you think your form sort of works correctly, if you're using like these sort params and drop params, like the way the inputs for are being rendered and actually sent to the context is completely different from like what you would think it would be sent as. So it took some like back and forth to figure out like, okay, what is actually the data coming in and what is the data coming out. But I guess like once you know, you can definitely work that out. Let me think. Why is the weapon skins not working actually? Because instead here we are doing an embeds 1, and then here we're doing an embeds many, which just means that you get the look skin. Oh, yeah, that's why. That's one. So now the weapon skins should also work. Yeah, okay. I was already thinking, wait a minute, this makes no sense, but okay, this makes sense. So these are all embeds ones. This is an embed many. Because these ones are like predefined. These ones are whatever. If we want to partialize this or whatever, this is fine. I don't mind that this is explicit. This component needs to be out though, but that's for later. So let me see. This should break. And why does that break? On replace. Yeah, that makes sense. So for all of these embed ones, we want to have on replace update. And then for the weapon skins, because we're doing the sword param and the other thing. So now this should be fine. Okay. Do we have any debugger still in here? We do. Oh, this is not saved. And this is fixed. Okay. That's interesting. Pick a skin. Pick a different skin. Oh, it does work. I just don't know what I was doing. Okay. Cool. Okay. So that is still working. We need to look at existing ones. Ones that already are here. That is also working. You seem to know your way around well. I take you have about a year in Elixir. Oh, I don't know actually. I'm just doing stuff on the side, so I have no idea. I've been using Elixir for quite a while, but not LiveView. Okay. Let me think. What do we need to do here? So that is working. But probably the saving isn't working, right? Because let me think. What are we actually saving here? So if I hit save, I think it's gonna break. Form schema 85. Yeah, this is exactly what I was expecting. So what we're getting is armor fields, which is not a thing anymore. We can make that a thing again though. Let me think. So we're getting armor field. We're getting the field from the schema. Why are we filtering empty here? Because before this was skin ID, right? So it would be nil values. But it would be a form field, I suppose. Because we're getting form schema. No, this is the schema. So if we did dot helm, now we're getting a look. Now we're getting a look skin, form look skin or nil. But it shouldn't really be nil because of this. And then with index, and then what we do is to attributes. This is not the skin ID anymore. This will be look skin. And then I think what we should just do is just this one, 2 attributes. What did we call this? Why do you have a separate form schema for that of the main context for the data? Use hard to never use actor directly. Yeah, so this is the issue that I had. Basically, the database schema. This is what I was talking about. The database schema does not directly map to how the form looks and how I want the form to behave. The database schema is structured in such a way that it's most efficient for the database, but it's not at all efficient for developer experience. Which means there has to be some sort of transformation happening so that the developer experience is not suffering from the database performance. The trade-off though is like completely biting me in the ass, which is that having to convert the schema, like the form schema, into the database schema is a hell. This should live in context. No, but this is a form specific schema, so it's web domain. This is a web domain, not so much the database schema, basically. This schema is so specific to this specific form that I feel like it belongs to the web domain. You know, this is what I meant with like Laravel has this in place, because requests are so bound to the thing that you're rendering that I feel like sometimes the disconnect feels a bit painful sometimes, because if you're doing anything other than sort of a direct mapping at transient data, what does that mean? So I'm translating from the form to the actual context that is gonna do business logic on it. Temp lifespan, yeah. So I'm trying to, and the pain is like really in the fact that there's a lot of duplication, which is the pain part. There's a lot of duplication. But because there's not a one-to-one mapping, I don't want to pollute my actual domain knowledge or the business domain with this extra form logic. So it's a bit of a pain, and it might not, the trade-off might not be worth it in the end, because how much I have to change for this is crazy. And it's been like a couple weeks since I worked on, or months probably, since we worked on having to do the translation layer, because we run into an issue where the mapping would be so painful, or like the not having the one-to-one mapping was like kind of painful. But the more I have to work with like relational tables now, I feel like we might actually be able to get back to directly mapping it in the database. So we might go all the way around and having to scrap all this again and go back. The nice thing is though, is that it looks very closely to what we have in the domain, so shouldn't be that big of an issue. I would still keep that in context, would make new contexts. I would create a translation layer agnostic of the UI. And that is just a serializer. Well, the thing is like, the schema in itself is agnostic of the UI. Like, it doesn't know anything about the UI. It doesn't have any UI state or anything. It's just the schema of how the form is rendered is so painfully different than how it's saved in the database that this translation might be worthwhile, but I'm not entirely sure anymore, you know, like, because we've evolved so much that now I have to do the relation for between a look and a skin, because we were getting dyes. We're getting to a dye territory now. So a skin has a bunch of colors added to it. That I feel like we've just gone full circle and we're back to like almost a one-to-one mapping to the database. Most of this could be encapsulated into form. Maybe. I mean, if that's the case. Okay, so let me try to explain to you how the logic currently works, okay? Let me show you how it works. So I have a database table. It's looks, okay? Looks. I'll show you. It's very simple. A look is basically somebody has made an outfit in a game, okay? We have an outfit in a game, and it has a bunch of images. It has a bunch of just metadata, right? Like what gender is it? What race is it? What armor class is it? Bunch of stuff. On top of that, it also has some skins that it uses. And this is where the disconnect is. So the skins have a fixed set of basically slots, right? It has like armor parts and it has weapons. You can have n amount of weapons, but because I want to do search on it later, I didn't want to have foreign keys on the look for these specific slots. What I wanted to do instead is I just have one database table that is look skins, which is just a mapping of a look and a skin, right? And a position, so that I can sort. When the form gets rendered, I then check the skin that is connected to this look to see its type, and then based on this type, I take it out and I sort of make it act as if it's a foreign key, right? So the look could have a helm ID, but in the database, it's actually just one massive many-to-many, right? So this is the disconnect. The disconnect is for the form, this needs to act as if it's a foreign key. But for the database, this is actually just a massive has many, like many-to-many table. The issue is modeling that while also wanting to model like how the database looks, because this is how the database looks. It's like belongs to a look, belongs to a skin, has many dyes, you know, colors. Colors need to be added on the relation because, you know, people have different colors for their skins. So that's nice. But then if you model it to the form, if you're working with the form, you really want to be playing where you're going to place the helmet. Maybe the helmet is going to be over there. And so you need to be, I need to translate this array of like sort of look skins and transform it into like a foreign key structure. So that is what we've been doing, but it's also kind of a pain, you know? Because in reality, what I really just want is two translations, right? I want the database, and then I want my rendering schema, basically. Because I need the same for displaying it, right? For displaying, I kind of need the same schema. Because for displaying it, I also want things to look a certain way, you know? There can only be one helmet, for example. So, yeah, this is sort of still where we're trying to find out what works and what doesn't work. So right now, I have my form schema defined as in like, this is how I want my form to look. And then we'll figure out how we're going to save it later. So the translation basically goes from a look, from the database context, right? So we take it from the looks context. Give me a look, and I'll transform it into this schema. And also translate it back from the schema to attributes that can be normally done by the context, right? As if you were just posting a form in the perfect world. As if I was like, the database schema was the one-to-one mapping. That's basically the translation. So modeling it differently. We have a from and a to, and the from is like from the database to the form, and from the form back to the context, what the context expects. And for now, the context basically just expects how the database is. So the context expects you just have a bunch of skins, bro. I don't know, like however you model this, I don't care. Like you just want to attach a look to a certain skin. Do your thing, you know, like that doesn't matter. It looks like you put a lot of thought into this without being disrespectful of that effort, as I assume you know more about this friction point than me. But off the hip, I really would have tried to keep most of this in a one-to-one schema or one layer above in the context. You mean like the database, like keeping the database as a one-to-one? So using foreign keys, or would you say like, or one layer above in the context? That way the to form does not have to be complex. Have to be complex as it already has difficulty. Yeah, I don't know much about to form, to be honest. Just to keep the serializer minimal, in other words. To be honest, if I knew a better way, I would. So I will, if you have any like articles, or if you have any examples, or maybe just some open source projects that have this in mind, by all means. That deals with validation of the change sets. Yes, true. But all I know of to forms is just how it's used in LiveView. That's all. And how it works under the hood, or like what you can do with it, no clue. So it could very well be that the way that I'm doing it now is not at all ideal. I just know, like, from other frameworks that have a more disconnected way of like inputs and then the database layer, that this would almost be part of the default. But for Phoenix so far, the only examples I've really seen is just like, you can model this the way you want, as you want, and we're very flexible, which is nice. But the majority of the examples are all just, I have a database, and it maps one-to-one with what you want. Schemaless validation? Yeah, I've thought about that, but there's quite a lot of fields. So it's like, I might as well just make it a schema. That's what I thought. Because, like, yeah, it's like, and then at least I have a data structure that I can trust. Or the one layer above. Yeah, as I said, I don't fully understand what that would look like, but I would love to learn more about it. But like over text like this, it just doesn't really bring me too much context. But by all means, as I said, this is a pain. Whatever I'm doing now is a pain. And I'm not at all married to this. Because as I said, I think other frameworks, I have been able to do this, and it has been, for many streams already, been a pain that I felt like I had to do this. So if there is a different way, oh man, I would love that. Oh, here I'm doing the skin ID check already, so maybe I should do the same here. This is almost sort of the same. Maybe I should do the same here. Start with strictly data and work from the context first and harden the data, then the form will just fall into place. I think you're right. I think you're right. I think that is. I think that was the issue. True. I think that was the issue. I think the issue was if I written tests for the context that I wanted, then the form would have reacted to it. But because of me learning LiveView, I took it the docs approach, right? Where you just like follow the docs and you work your way, and then as problems arise, you continue. So I think it's actually good. So I'm not trying to be good. No. I can see right through that. It's completely fine. I think you're right. I think you're right. But the problem is though is that I also need to now move forward. So the question is, how can I do that without having a full refactor, right? So I now took this approach. I don't like it, but progress needs to be made, and then the refactor needs to happen. And I need to know more about this approach that you took, like what it would look like if I've done that approach. That's what I want. I want to know, like, if there is any articles that use that approach or something like that, because I just don't see it, you know? I think the thing you were talking about the context first, I think that would have made sense, because if I designed it at that moment with tests, I could have actually seen how much pain it would have gotten me rather than the pain I'm seeing now within LiveView, right? Because now there's so much changing that I need to do, like, oh yeah, fuck, I need to add colors to this, and now I need to change the schema, and now the form doesn't really work anymore, and it's like the change, the abstractions that are now in place are doing me more harm than good. Because the abstractions were wrong, and then now they're causing more friction. Okay, this is fine. I think this is fine. This is not your app. No, but that's the approach that I tried to take, right? That is the approach that I tried to take. Because, but the cutoff point is different, right? The cutoff point for me is that, for me, this is form logic. For me, this is form logic. So it belongs in where the form lives, because this is so hyperly specific for this form. Because that's how I know it from other frameworks. And then the part that is not web related is how the database is structured. But the form could be a JSON, could be API JSON. Yeah, but maybe my API JSON wouldn't be using this form, right? Maybe my API would behave exactly like the business layer. So that is the question, right? There's no database related validation here. It's just, is the format correctly? And the real validation here is happening here. It's like, is the business logic able to do the translation? It's just that this form is massive, so it just feels daunting. Well, some might say it's massive, but others probably say it's like relatively small. The correct format is why I said look into two form. Yeah, I will. Thanks for that, full stacking. Appreciate the help, by the way. Appreciate the thinking with me. As I said, I'm not married to this approach at all, as I said, because it's doing me, it's hurting. There is a lot of friction. But the commitment is there now, and I don't want to refactor at this moment unless there is like a almost easy way that I can see this move in that direction. Like if there was a blog post that I could just see what it could look like, then I have a path to refactor, but right now I don't have it. So that would mean more experimenting, and I don't have the time for that at this moment, because the project needs to get to at some point it needs to get delivered. It needs to get users. Okay, so we have the translation that we've done now is initially we mapped in the form, we mapped the helm field, for example, to just the ID. Obviously that doesn't work anymore because we need to be able to set the colors on it, which means we need to get the relation. So the relation, we've now mapped that too. So it's just a simple skin ID now. It's just a little wrapper on top. And then eventually we'll add dyes to this part because we will need to be able to set the dyes for this. But that's in a different pull request because I realized that I can extract this out separately. So I think if this still works, and I can run the test to verify. Ah, yeah, the test still uses some references to the old thing. With skins should include sort the armor skins before the weapon skins. Yeah, okay, makes sense. But this is not form weapon skin, this is now look skin. And this is not this anymore. This is now also okay. Armor skin. Yeah, so this is what we expect, right? So we give it this form schema as input, and then we expect this to be the output, which is exactly how the domain expects it. So that should now pass, but it doesn't. Let's put this in a new thing. What is the issue here? Passing in nil. Subject. What? Following hours we're giving to the anonymous function. What am I doing here? Oh. Ah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, actually, that's because the with index is after, so that makes sense. Got nil. Got nil. Filter list. Expected map got nil. Okay. Oh, because we're looping over the armor fields, we're not sending any armor fields. That makes sense. So we should check for both, right? 99. Yeah, we're doing this same issue here. We moved that with index down, so... Okay. Change armor relation to look skin. Rather than using the skin ID, we will need to be to modify all parts of the look skin, as we need to be able to set dyes on it. Okay. Let's see. So two of the tests are failing. So let's take a little look at what that looks like in the browser. Ah, yeah. Let's see, what is this actually doing again? Form schema fields, skin ID. Select skin. Yeah, this is the annoying bit. This is it's funny that it immediately bites me in the ass. The only parts that I was not able to use actual Phoenix test things for is immediately biting me in the ass. That's funny. See if this fixes it. Bada bing, bada boom. What is actually the crashing part, though? Huh? Why? Wait. Skin ID. This should not... The only thing that should change here is the web part. So, what is the issue here? Wait, what is it actually crashing on? It's trying to insert... Because none of the other assertions have changed, so I know that... Maybe it's trying to render from? I don't see any of my code here. That's the issue. Query encode value. So it's making it very difficult to see what actually failed. Especially considering that the schema test itself is like... is correct. Like, this is what I expect for it to try and create. Maybe the ID should be passed as well, so that it doesn't yeet out all the parts, but... This makes sense. Welcome back. Why? What part is crashing? Let me try it in the browser itself. That is correct. Oh, maybe the weapon skin is still an issue. What is it failing on? Yes, it's trying to... Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, this is the weird stuff. Seems correct. Yeah, I don't think this logic needs to change, so that is correct. But it's trying to do to a toString on a look skin struct, but I don't know where that would happen. Because here we're iterating over the armor fields. What we're getting from this is another schema, because we've changed them from just regular integers to embeds 1. So we're checking if it's not nil, because that could also be, and then we're checking if the skin ID is set. Then we're doing with index because we need to set the positions correctly. Because currently we're not sending the positions already. And for the armor skins, there's no position, so that doesn't matter. And for the look skins, we're currently also just taking the position based on the index, which is fine, because we don't have any reordering yet. String index. Makes sense, no? I don't see any part of the stack that is part of us. So it's like, maybe it's in the LiveView test that I have to check. Sounds like double quote versus single quote. Let me see what my diff is. It is weird though, because I think shoulders cannot be blank. Didn't I make that optional? Or maybe I accidentally made it. Oh. Well, let's just click a random scan, see if I have all skins selected, whether I can submit the form and see if we can run into the same error. Okay, there we go. Uniqueness constraint. Oh. Okay. So there is. It's just something in the test. So it could be that whatever we're doing here just does not work. Yeah, this is always a bit shit, because this is the only part, and this is what we added last time. This is like the only part that was not testable with Phoenix Test. Because of the JavaScript that we have. So we needed to actually test some implementation details, and this is why it's biting us in the ass. But I don't see why this should fail now. Interchange. Oh, I think I know actually. Look skin, yeah. Yeah, this makes sense actually. Because the structure of this form schema isn't this. Is it this? No, wait, did we have skin before? No, I think this should be it, actually. Yeah, okay. Need to test the skin name. We can test that though. That was just a silly mistake. So let's take a little look. What are we doing here? What did look with the associated skins? Fetch some random skins, go to the look, click edit, select the skin, check if the icon is correct. So what is it? Data testity. Assert has skin. That's where it's failing on. Assert has skin helm. So we did not change that part. And we are seeing the skin name. Let's take a little screenshot here, or like whatever the frick it was called. Oh god, okay, what was it called again? Render something? View in browser or something like that? Open in browser. Yeah, let's take a little look. Let's take a little look at what the issue is, huh? So the armor skins are not rendering. Yeah, because this is why the test is not really that great. This is also that something needs to change. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is what happens. This is what happens. There's JavaScript on the page, so this should not be like tested like this, but it is still... It's testing implementation details, which is why the tests are failing, sadly. Okay. But hot takes as someone who advocates very stuck for LiveView and Phoenix for a long time. Good at yo, what's the hot take? Give it to me. Hit me. I don't use LiveView or Tailwind. That's fair. What do you use? Panels when I need WebSockets. It's overkill. I mean, it's true. But there's only one way to find out, right? Update tests with the new implementation. The tests have bitten me because they are partially testing implementation details, sadly. Okay. Update form. This should have been in a different order, but that's okay. Update form to use embeds 1 using +4. Okay, now we have only one test failing. Is it the same reason? Most likely. Let's find out. Helm icon. It is. What a surprise. So why is this not using this? Let's hope that we never have to touch this again. For the small thing, let's see. We need to lo-fi web dev to become a thing. My site has been working and has WebSockets, client-side image scaling, and pre-signed blob, uploading blog posts, image galleries, invoice quotes, blah blah blah. Only have one runtime npm package. I mean, true. True. I kind of took this approach with this project too. But at some point I needed to get shit done and I didn't want to try and figure out how to do it. And then I started using the stock. There's still a lot of UI shit that needs to happen here. But I was eyeballing on using Svelte. Svelte with LiveView, or Svelte with Phoenix at least. Because I can just... so much easier to write declarative UI components like that. Because there's no runtime overheads. Because like for a lot of simple stuff, like if you pull in fucking React, you're just bloating your whole app. I get if you're building a company, it's way easier to find React devs than anything else, but I don't like the runtime overheads as much. Okay. I think this is all we needed for this PR. I think this is all we needed for this PR, because we need this change in order to add dyes to look skins, we need to stop only referencing the skin ID, but as if it's a foreign key, but instead need a reference to the whole relational table. Look skin. React signals. Is it stupid small? I've never really used signals. They scare me a little bit. Okay, let's see. So we introduced form look skin. We changed the fields from just an integer field to a embeds1 because we need to add more stuff to that at some point. We added the change set instead of just a regular cast. We removed the change set here that we don't need anymore. We iterate over the look skins if they're loaded. And then for the two attributes, we're iterating over the look skins and we're using the skin ID from there. We probably need to pass the look skin ID as well so that we don't yeet out all the relations and create new ones, but we'll get to that. Especially with the indexes that we hold on the table. For new schemas, we always add the relationship. And I think the only thing we need to change actually is to see if this relationship has a value. Because if we're stocking empty here, I think when we try to save, I think that might be the issue that we're having on the thing. I think that's the last thing that's needed. So when we're creating looks, we should probably filter out. Wait, are we filtering out the empty ones already? Oh, this is a different one. This is with looks. Change set is just a simple look skin change set. Yeah, that's not that's no biggie. So I don't think we're really doing anything there. So what was actually the issue? Oh, I think it's not actually here. It is in the form schema. Because we're doing this. So if we don't have this value, it will error out. But I think it should be optional. Like, I think I should be able to just create a look. And then everything else fails. I wonder what happens though. I think the attributes are filtered, so I don't think anything should be created. So this is 9. So there's no look skins in 9, so that's good. That's correct. Yeah. So I think this is actually better. Do we need to test this?
Everyone, get in.
Yo, full stacking. Thank you so much for the follow. Oh. What's up, Vix? Also back for my appointment. Oh, welcome back. Nice. I haven't eaten yet. If so, have you looked at how it's dealing with streams? Oh, never mind with streams. I forgot this is all in the form, yeah. Remove required, as skins are optional. Okay. Still think we should pass the ID, but oh, looks good to me. Okay, now let's go back to this one. Let's see if we can no, wait, there is nothing. I never know how to like pull these changes without swapping branches, but okay, what if we pull in main now, see what the conflicts are. I think we can use main for everything, actually. Because everything is in the stash at the moment that would actually touch any of this. What the fuck? This makes no sense. Oh, wait, did I name this from attachment? And oh no. That is a bit painful. Oh no, that was just in this current branch. Yeah, never mind. No, this is correct. This we already have. We should be able to set. What? How do we do this again? Is it embeds many? Yes. Oh, but that's embeds many. I need to know what it was in the cost embeds. Okay. You know what between put and cast? Yes. Let's go to the form. I think when we've resolved these conflicts, I think we're gonna call it. I think we don't have to do this anymore. I think we can move this. I think we'll eventually move this to the form schema now that we have our own schema for this. All this logic can just be going there because it's specific to this form. Change that now. This is all changes that we pull in from main now. Your Elixir Ecto looks good for someone who claims their learning is better than most. Thanks, man. Yeah, it thinks that this is not existent, but that's just the language server. Because of all the broken things. How does it have like conflicts in the file? That's crazy. Oh well. You try using spec annotation sets? I used to, but I got kind of annoyed by it. So I'm just hoping for Expert to do most of it for me. Up until a certain point. Obviously, they cannot infer this because I'm not giving it any types, but I assume that as long as I just adhere to stuff like this, most of the stuff can be inferred, so rather do that than polluting the code with all the annotations. Because I did it in a previous project, but it became such a hassle. Especially since if the project is like moving and you don't really know where to go yet, you're still sort of experimenting, it's like quite a pain to just maintain them. And then my editor back in the day was like constantly like trying to like add a line for it to just add it themselves, and then it would bloat the file by so much because it was like doing the most complete type it could possibly go for. So I just ditched it for this one. Mostly because I switched to Z as well, and Z's plugin doesn't do that. Okay, let's just go from here. So, what are we trying to do here? So what we're trying to do now is... Nice. In live modules look skin inputs. It's unavailable. What's the issue, brother? What's the issue? Sure. See, this thing needs to be pulled out into components eventually. And this thing, what is this? I don't think I'm using that. I think I'm missing an alias. I am. Can I do this? So Bart, Jizra PBs. You're telling me that there's a wolf that isn't the wolfie I know? Yeah, it's crazy. Alright, there we go. Okay, so basically the idea is that I can select the skin. It will give me some options for colors. And then I click on the color and I get a colored modal. And then I click on this. Signs not in sockets. Handle. Let's take a little look. What we got here. Ah, yeah. We're not passing this in anymore. Because of the... Kind of. Wait. No, we're not supposed to handle this here, actually. What am I saying? One color selected. Handle one color selected. Notify the parents. Handle events. 102. Signs not in sockets. Key myself not found in. Why not? Oh, can I not pass socket actually? I think this was just something that we were trying. Okay, that's okay. We can instead just pass the assigns. It's okay. We don't really need the socket here. It was just for a function, like get a more familiar function. Okay, that is correct, I think. So now we're in business. So the modal closed, right? The modal closed. And we're now here, which is here. Die is selected. We get the field, the index, and the caller ID. That information should all be there. Form handle info. Here. Field skin ID. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's gonna be interesting. So now that we've changed it, the field is called skin ID. So that doesn't work. But let's see, what data do we have, right? We have helm and then a chain set. So we need to know its parents field. So we're rendering here helm ID, the field here, but this should not be skin ID. We should pass the field. Yeah, this is what we've changed. So instead of passing the field, we're getting the skin ID here. This is what we changed earlier. And then field is still here, but instead, what are we doing here? Field skin ID. So why are you making this in Phoenix? Is it just so you can learn a new language, or is it something you needed for what you wanted? It's basically because I just love Elixir. So I just wanted to do shit in Elixir. And then I was like, I could pick my favorite flavor front-end framework and then do some back-end rendering too. But I just felt like Phoenix can do it's everybody's hyped about Phoenix, so I was like, oh, might as well give it a try. Field not found in So what I really want here is instead of I need to make this more explicit. So this would be field.field, which is what we're doing. Field not found in. Why did we have field.field before, though? Are we doing field.field.field? Because earlier I thought we had a field on a Phoenix form. Wait, why are we getting a form? Oh. Okay. Okay, this is more interesting. So this will be the name, this will be this. I need to map this back. Because, okay, here it is, right? Here's the thing. This is an embed. When I click on this and I select a color, the form LiveView needs to know about the key. It needs to know about the helm, that we're using helm, so it can find the look skin, and it knows about the index already, because that's what we're passing the index. But I need to know the field, but I don't think on the form I have this, because before we were doing helm underscore ID, but in this case that's not the case anymore. And because we're using nested or embeds, the values that I'm getting are just whatever is here. But these are not values I can pluck out of the form or out of the change log. This is why state is a pain and why LiveView tries to keep it all server side. But this is still server side though, right? The pain is in the server side right now. My form. I know about this ID, but this is not even Helm ID anymore. I don't know about this when I am in here. I'm a bit scared that if I add a prop for this, it's easily forgotten that those things are related, that this needs to match. Because a LiveView ID is like whatever, you know? I can actually make this. Can I do that? Yes. But I need to know Once it reaches the form, I need to know which key is used. Talking about the sockets? No. I'm just thinking about the API that I want. The LiveView components, the field doesn't have enough info to tell me about... I can check. It knows about this, but it doesn't know about the key above it, like the embed key. I'm almost inclined to... I'm almost inclined to render the inputs for within the live component. But that doesn't work for the weapon skin, so that is not a good idea. But the problem is that it does need this context. It needs a little bit of extra context. So, because in order to deduce where to change the schema, unless I make the LiveView component purely visual, and then I use hidden input fields. For the actual data. That could also be. Because then what I can do... Does that matter? No, because you still need to update the form. Your business logic into context. It's not about that. We're not at that stage yet. We're at the stage where you select a color and then I need to know which field to update. And so I'm wondering, how does Ecto know this, actually? Now that I think about it. Based on... Because what it needs to be... What it needs to be is... This is what it needs to be. an amount. So the skin input currently doesn't know that it's in Helm because the input 4 does not actually give me the context. It just gives me a tiny look form, look skin. Updates assigns, updates change set. LiveView renders new to form based on the changes. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm doing. Except that I need to, based on the event that you click here, based on within this component you click within another component, all of those events bubble up to the form, which is great, but now I need this to be passed and I don't know how, like what I want to call that. Because the form doesn't know which one I'm editing. It just knows, hey. It just gets an event that tells it a die is selected with a field, but I need to know how I pass that field. Like, what am I gonna call it without making it confusing? Because the field that you're passing is already the form field, but this would be like the name almost. Or I pass it the parent field. This is why your whole form should be based on 2 form. I don't think that's gonna make any difference. I don't think that would change anything. Unless I can somehow... Unless I can deduce the value based on the... like an ecto field. The point is you change your change set and you update your assigns. Yeah, but the problem is like you're clicking a button. This is a button. So there's no form value for it. Unless... And that's what I was going at. Unless I can get... unless I can programmatically get the value for this thing to be like a form value. So like a name to be... however it does the magical naming. Change set is the source of truth. Yes, that's correct. But I need to change the change set, right? The whole form is based on 2 form. The only thing is now is that I need to pass the like every form changes is changing the form, which then in the end changes all of the components downstream. But this is a little interesting. So this component is rendering multiple inputs, right? It's rendering the skin ID and then also the die slots. So maybe there is a way to get the name of the field, and then based on the name of the field, I can get back which value in the change set to update. There's a value of a given key. Form T, form field. This could be useful actually, because in the form, in the form LiveView, I have access to the form. I just need to know which field. Ah, here it is. Let's see what any of these methods do for me. How do I... So... If you worked from the inside out, you would have ended up with just a single change set that you update regardless of the nested data, and that whole change set would get cascaded every time there's a change via assigns. You worked from the inside out, you would have ended up with a single change set that you update regardless of the nested data. Cascaded every time there's a change via assigns. But we are just working with a single change set. Am I understanding this wrong? It's just that the forms, the whole thing is the form schema. It just has some relations that it needs to maintain, because inside here there is some other data that needs to be passed. But other than that, it's just a single. This is the whole form. This is what the whole form looks like. But because I need some magic where I can like sort things differently or delete things out of like some relations from it and stuff, that's why I'm using the other stuff. But to be honest, that's just it, right? Like, I think if I just for now, like, let's just say I use name, right? Let's just say I use name. So I get name here, and then I just pass the name here. So this is the name of the field that is that is the actual embed one, right? Embeds one. That would mean that instead of assigns here, I would get it from edit die. No, I get it back from here. Actually, I'm passing it to the wrong thing. So we would have the name, caller ID, and the assigns. And then what we're sending to the parent would be the name, which is a bit confusing. That's what the struggle was. And the form gets the name, which is handle events, or handle info, sorry. Handle info, and then I get an event die selected with the field, which I call field, but actually it is like the name. And then we need to make some changes to the change sets. That's it. If you move that down to the data layer, your form will be dumber. But I mean, like, that is I could easily do that, right? Because these functions are very simple. Like if this becomes like, if for example here, right? This is like logic that can easily not live here, but in the form schema now that we have one, right? But this code is like from before we even had a form schema in the first place. So we can definitely do that. So we get the field, and here we need to make the changes to the change set. But now I need to know what that looks like. So last time we did this, so we get the change set field, but now we have the field. So what we're getting here is this look skin change set is this. We get the change set. Oop. This is the change set. This. On the change set, we get the field, and if we don't get it, we get nil, right? So let's just go happy case first, right? We now have the look skin form schema, and we can now say make a change to this. So we can say ecto change set let me think. Is it a put change? Caller ID. No. We are here now. We're here. So we need to go into dies. So here we have the look skin change set, and then we need this ecto code is a big code smell for me. So you would say there's an easier way to set these values. I mean, it doesn't really matter if it's in the form or if it's in the form schema. All I care about is that it sets the value, because I can easily take all this code and move it to the schema. That is no big deal. I just need to think what we need to do. Never use ecto inside the web folder? That's okay. So how... Let me think. If I... How do I set on an embed that has many value for a specific number? So let's see. No, this is not where we need to be. Is the put versus cast? Do you have its ID or not? And can you provide the whole data set or not? Yeah. So I do have the whole data set because I have access to the whole change set, right? But not currently. So I can change it to be like that. It's just I want to... Since I'm picking the index, right? I have like 3 fields here, for example, or 4. This is like 0, 1, 2, 3. So I need to know... You clicked on one index. I get the index back. And then I need to add it to the specific index. But what are... I think this is still a data issue. Because what this should be... When a skin is picked... This is still a data issue that I haven't solved yet. So when the skin is picked, I need to change the chain set to already create the relationships for the... I already need to basically create... If there's 4 slots, I need to create 4 skin dyes. Look skin dyes. Because then in that case... If it already has an ID, I can change it. And also the... Not uncommon to query for this in the chain set. You mean like to get the rest of the data and then do a put, you mean? Or what do you mean? Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what I was doing for the other one, because I used this similarly for the attachments. But and then I put the change. But the thing is like now we're kind of nested, right? So we are in the look skin change set. We have a list of dyes. We can get the current dyes, I guess. So we can do that. So this will be dyes, and then this will be, let's just make it quick and dirty first. So this will be the list of dyes, and then it would be the updated version of this would be dyes. This doesn't really work because we don't have those slots. So we really need to... This is kind of interesting. So when I pick a skin, all I'm relying on is the is the way validate works. Because I think, oh no, not yes, validate. Because every time a change happens, validate gets called. So I'm not explicitly setting like a skin has been picked based on an event. I'm just relying on the fact that the input has changed, which triggers an event, and that causes the form to change because the input has a value that it knows about. So I wonder if I need to make this more explicit, because in that case I can pre-populate the dies and then I don't have to render the dies based on the skin, because that's the ugly part that was there from before. I should really eat though, because the skin input now is just getting the numbers based on the skin that is selected, which is not good. I think this should be based on the change set. So the change set knows, because it knows about the skin that it picked, it knows how many slots. So these will render the change sets, and we iterate over. So like almost like an input 4 kind of. And then all we have to do is actually update that specific index with a different value. Is this getting the change set? Oh yeah, no, this is, yeah. That sounds correct to me, yeah. Because this is just because we didn't have the change sets yet, right? That's what this PR does. It adds those change sets. So right now we're just like, oh, we're rendering the skins because it has a set of die slots available. But if we... I wonder how we do that though. If you pick the skin, currently it just updates the input field, and then that triggers a... That triggers just a regular form. But maybe you can set like an explicit Phoenix change and then handle that and let it bubble up to the parent so that we can handle the skin changes. When the skin is picked, we can then set the slots that are on there. The nice benefit from that is that we could wipe the colors, but I don't know if we want to do that. So that's what we need to figure out. I don't know if you add a Phoenix change on like another element, whether it's like how that conflicts with each other, but we'll have to find that out. I think those are the next steps. So make the skin input explicit on change so that we can handle the and then I'm kind of curious if we can implement what Phoenix change does for us here with the validate, because it gets like the schema, the whole schema, but I don't really know exactly what we get changed back when we get the input field and how to do the same behavior effectively. Like, get the whole schema, like, only change the input field that we want, as if it behaves as if we did here. And then yeah. I think that's what I want to do. I think that's the next step. Go to the input field, explicitly set the on change so we can handle that separately. I don't know how that's going to work with validate, we'll figure that out. We set the amount of slots, the component re-renders, we render the amount of slots available. You click on a slot, theoretically we would know the ID of it, or the persistent ID, or whatever the fuck they call it. Maybe based on that we can change the form values. And then we just go find the field, find the dies, update the dies with index, set the values, put the changes, re-render the form, see the new color. Bada bing, bada boom. I think that's it. Well, your whole life cycle should be changed. That's yeah. I mean, but that's pretty much what the form currently is. It's just it's a bit hard to split up if you have a big form like this. Because there's just so many relationships. The database that I have split up now, like how the database currently works, is that there is just a lot of relationships because you need to later on be searching for any of those relationships and a lot of shared, like it's just a lot of skins you can pick, a bunch of images. These are all relationships, and that makes the form just inherently more annoying to deal with. But I do take your yeah, the relation itself is also a nested chain set. But I do take your advice at heart, full stacking. I will consider those schemas, to think more about the schema. Maybe that is a good like yeah, I don't know when the cutoff point is where you're so deep into whatever you currently have already and you want to make progress. And I can still make progress, right? It's just that the API gets uglier and uglier, and now you're thinking like, okay, maybe like when is the cutoff time to refactor while also want to get this into users' hands? That's basically the trade-off at the moment. But I do take your advice at heart because I think it does give me a lot of insight of what to think about next, and I will definitely make some GitHub issues to take this into account, because as I said, this is like almost the core, right? This is just creating something. Whether or not the schema is part of this specific form, which means that it lives in the web, because who knows, maybe we'll have another one that looks slightly different or whatever else. Maybe I just thought about this too much, like for purity's sake, where what if my form looks slightly differently? I don't think that will happen because I assume that we won't have another form like this, but who knows? So maybe I should have just been if this is the only schema for creating looks, then why not just make this the core, you know? Maybe it was just a little too much. Who knows? Maybe there will be another form that will look completely differently, sort of thing. So, yeah. So yeah, it's just something to think about. But thanks everybody for watching. I'm gonna go make some food now. I'll be. I do these programming streams every so often, but I hope to do them like sort of every Saturday or Sunday, and maybe on Fridays. It might happen more often as well, because you know we probably have like maybe like 60 days left or something before the next expansion comes out and fashion related stuff gets released. So I really want to get this website out in the users' hands before that happens, so that people can already start using it. As I said, the app is basically just people creating looks, showing them off, talking about them, liking them, favoriting them, getting inspired, stealing other people's looks, whatever you want to do with it. But it would be nice if we can get it out before the new expansion launches. So and obviously do this next to my work and whatever else is going on in life, especially with also the advent of code coming and the holidays and stuff. So it is going to be quite a tough one to get to. But if you do like these streams, I also post them on YouTube. So go check out the I think it's a coding YouTube or something, ! Coding YouTube. Oh, I cannot type, but maybe somebody of the mods can do it. So yeah, go check that out. And if you guys enjoyed the stream, go give us a follow, and then we'll see you guys next time. Bye.